Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. How is my audio coming through? Can everyone hear that okay? Awesome. Feels very early in the morning. It's 7 o'clock, but everything's still dark outside. Okay, so I'm going to be putting the damage model for the VTOL trainer in game today. Basically modeled already, maybe one or two things to add, not very much, and have to split this up into parts and assign the parts to the exterior parts. Okay, so yes, I've got lots of objects merged that will need to be split. And probably to start with, I'll just be unmirroring these mirrored parts. So that is mirrored. And I'll get rid of that mirror. That should do the trick. So I've got this nice workflow where I get... Oh, thank you. Oh no, it's one of these names. Okay. Kaiser Squirreled, thank you for the subscription. Amazing. Casey's Squirreled. Casey's QRL. Oh my goodness. Okay. Oh, look, I try to read out names because, you know, it keeps me on my toes. Hello, everyone joining for the first time. This is a bit of a different day to be streaming on. It is a Friday for me. Friday morning, very early in the Friday morning for me. I was saying before the sub message that I have a workflow set up for merging mechanical parts with the exterior parts. So here's the skin. Look, I'm on the wrong branch. I need to switch back over to main because I was working on a terrain branch. And there we go. So I'm just going to pull the origin there. And that should give me the textures. Yep, I've been working on the new map. And yeah, not sure what else to say. It's coming along. Still adding roads and air bases. And I'll go reload the file. There we go. We've got skin. So just double checking that there's no clipping going on. Need to check for any spars or ribs that are sticking through the surface. And would you look at that? That is a bit of clipping. Although it looks like it's just the, yeah, it's It's just one of the planes for transparent. Yeah, it's this transparency plane with pipes. No, most of the development is focused on 0.34. We're just finishing some things up for that. And the cockpit is not completed, no. We'll do that afterwards. Cockpit is usually the last thing to be finalized. I won't do that on stream today, but likely to be done over the next week. All right, stay hydrated, everyone. Okay, this shouldn't be too hard. I'm going to do some steps here using the cut tool in Blender. Frozza, thank you for the subscriptions. Frozza is a major supporter of this stream. Alright, we'll split these off, and this can become, what's our name here? Wingtip L, and then Wingtip L mechanical. So excuse me, I do have a bit of a cold at the moment, which I must have picked up while off work. Alright, so now we add a geometry node. We'll go geometry mode, merge mechanicals, I think. Oh, I don't have one. Let me go grab merge mechanicals or import it. So a link from aircraft. What was the last one? Fast Bomber 1. By the way, this doesn't mean that there are other fast bombers. This means that Blender didn't autosave and for some reason incremented the file name, which is really strange. So I just have to shut down that conspiracy theory before it arises. Okay, so node tree. Hey, where's our merge mechanicals? Maybe okay, utility helo 1, node tree, merge mechanicals, there we go. So I'll use merge mechanicals. And the object to merge from is that one. Now, as you can see, it's offset, so I just need to make sure the mechanicals have the same origin point. as the exterior object, so set that to 3D cursor. And there we go. So even now if I turn off the mechanicals, you can see, so I've turned off the layer that has all the mechanical bits, but this geometry node has placed these mechanicals into the object. Okay, back to mechanicals because I need to fix some of these holes. I'm basically just going to map these to somewhere that's convenient and rectangular. So if your OCD is easily triggered, you may not want to watch this stream. Okay, that's one. One done out of 30. So at this rate, hang on. 30 divided by 4. At this rate, the stream is going to last 7.5 hours. Okay, here's our next set of wing spars for the second wing segment. Now I just have to merge them together. This one has double-sided, which I will apply. And there we go. Okay, so once again, this will probably have some holes to fix. What is the deal here? Let's see a bit of Z fighting. I'm just going to attempt to fix. Okay, I think we're all good there. So back in the UVs, I'm going to align these with some rectangular area on the texture, and then this tube. Can go get the tube hole, tube cross section. I'm currently working on a new map to explore / fight in, but it's not coming until update 0.35, which is going to be a few months away. It is the same map I have showed previously, in a sense. I mean, it's not exactly the same map because I've been working on it. Yep, I think rotary wings will still be relevant in the new map, and I'm designing it to I'm designing it with that in mind. So it's going to have helicopter spawn points in abundance that sort of bridge the distances between the other spawn points. I think the vortex is balanced at the moment. Not really planning on altering the loadout. The vortex is meant to be a lighter fighter than the Ifrit. My birthday is ages away. It's almost exactly 6 months away. Okay, we're getting somewhere with the wings, with the wing mechanicals. Just need to merge these parts together and do the end filling. How long does it take to design the core gamer? Oh, back at it again, Frozzo with the 15 oh wait, hang on, 10 subs. Incredible, thank you, Frozzo. There is no escape. Thank you for the happy birthday message, Frozzo. I thought maybe that would be a deterrent, but I guess there is no time of year one is safe from the sub gifts of Frozzo. Whoops, rectify, not randomize. There we go. I haven't done pilot visible in internal view because pilot model is not really high quality enough to justify that. And working on a higher quality pilot model, I think, is not high enough priority to justify right now. Okay, this is a strange chat right now. I can't tell whether you guys are typing words that get censored or just censoring your own messages. Okay, let's add geometry nodes, merge mechanicals from this object, bing, and then once again, merge mechanicals, geometry nodes, merge mechanicals from. All right, that's 3. What's our revised timeline? So that's 9 per hour. Okay, stream duration has been revised down to 3 hours at this rate. It's an improvement. I forgot about this piece. That needs to go with the... nope, it needs to be split. Split that off. I think that's just 2D, yeah. I'm thanking myself that I made that 2D so I don't have to fill in anything. I don't have to fill anything, but I will need to apply the double-sided effect. Okay, that is a separate mechanical piece that fits inside the leading edge slap. Let's apply the double-sided geometry nodes, split it off, and that can wait. Oh, actually not. I'll not wait. Let's go grab that object, set the origin to 3D cursor, and then add a merge mechanicals. There we go. All right, while I'm on the wing, I think I'll merge the mechanicals for the aileron and flap. Okay, conveniently, these already have the same origin point. Geometry nodes, merge mechanicals. Yep. Same with this one. It looks like it's already set up to merge mechanicals. Geometry cannot be retrieved. Interesting. Ah, from itself. That makes sense. Okay, while we're on the left side, I want to add the merge mechanicals modifier to the stabilator. Yes, that's the word. I always try to remember what a stabilator is called, and I start trying to say flapperon because it's like the same sort of portmanteau of 2 words. Anyway, stabilators and flapperons. Ooh, what happened here? What is that thing? Ah, okay. Well, that's not what I wanted. I want the one with the suffix. Elevator L. Elevator L.003. Ah, okay. So apply rotation and so there we go. Kind of. It's got a weird offset. Starfluff. Starfluff, thank you for the subscription. The parrots are just starting to wake up. If they get noisy, I'll move them to a different room. Or move them to a closed room upstairs. They're not in the same room as me, but they're so noisy. Sometimes they just need to be quarantined. What do I like about birds? They're funny. I don't know. Can I make the parrots louder? Not ethically. Thank you, some random dude, for the subscription. Okay, let's hide the mechanicals again and assess. We've got 1, 2 subs gifted by some random dude. Thanks very much. Some random dude has gifted a total of 3 subs in this channel. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We are 6 out of 30, which has brought our estimated stream duration down to 2.5 hours. I'm noticing some parts that I forgot to add to the mechanicals layer. Cosmic Cactus gifted 5 subs. Thank you, Cosmic. Okay, we're going to add geometry nodes for double-sided. Now I might just... yeah, I might add a mirror. Generate a mirror. And move this to the mechanical layer. The APU is just sitting there on its own. Must have forgot about it. Also, the engine is just sitting there on its own. And there's some avionics here that I need to move to the mechanical layer as well. Okay, anything else that I've missed? Looking all right then. Okay, wing root. I'm going to do all of the left side parts first. Computer, generate me a beautiful plane. Yeah, I like the VTOL trainer as well, even though it's not finished yet. Okay, let's go mechanical parts. This is where it starts to get a bit tricky because there's lots of intersecting bits and pieces. Okay, first things first, I'm going to snip off that flange there, separate it, fill the hole with a texture. And apply this double-sided geometry node. Get rid of the mirror. And we've also got this this pipe, this duct that goes over the top. That is bleed air from the engine. Unwrap these new faces, map them to the usual place. Oh, I'm bracing. Cosmic Cactus gifted 5 more subs. Hot damn. Thank you. That is... Oh no, we've got a contest. Ah, all right, guys, chill out. This can only end in lots of money being spent. Appreciate it, guys. Don't don't blow it all on this stream though. Thanks very much. That's yes, a second gift streak has hit the stream. No, don't tempt me to the dark side. I'm not cut out to be a streamer. I could not do this every day. Anonymous gifter. Anonymous gifter. This is a twist. Okay. Thank you, anonymous gifter. Whoever you may be. Yeah, I pretty much only stream when I have something interesting to show. And I have a good feeling that this will be interesting because it's going to be in the game later on, and I'll be testing the damage model, which everyone likes watching planes explode, right? I mean, you know, fake ones, of course. Don't quote me on that. If I had to fly in one of the planes from the game, which would it be and why? What do you mean if I had to fly? If I could fly one of the planes, what would I fly? I still think my favorite one to fly is the Vortex. It's my main. I have seen, excuse me, I have seen catapult carriers from the modding community. Yep. Alright, looks like this is ready to add the merge mechanicals geometry node. Merge mechanicals from that. I think that worked. It did not work. Did it not work because the origins are incorrect? I have to align the origin. Apply rotation and scale as well. Okay, merge mechanicals from this. Now it's worked. Okay, now for some more breaking things. I'm going to cut off these pieces and do some plane surgery. It's much like rocket surgery. Oh, I think this is something that only I can see, but I've got a hype chest. You see that? It's a hype chest. Quick, open it. Goblin Jam emote. I guess I share that. Cool. Alright, I hope you guys enjoy that, whatever it was. Choo choo. Okay. Let me get rid of the mirror and split this off. And then merge that. This is wing root front left, so I will make an object set origin to 3D cursor and add a geometry node's merge mechanicals. Yay! Okay, disappear mechanicals. We are getting somewhere. Almost half a plane has been merged. Okay, what other asymmetric parts do we have? We've got the intake L, which has not that much in the way of mechanicals. Mostly I just have honeycomb material underneath this. I need to apply these modifiers and double-sided. Set the origin to the part over it, and then add the geometry node for merge mechanicals, with the object being that. Okay, so just to check what the status of everything is, in my shader editor, I'm going to start reducing the opacity of the skin. So the alpha can come... Oh. Oh, there we go. So bring the alpha down. Those are the mechanical bits that are now merged. Well, these ones over here are interesting. Okay, so these are like gear door internals here, which I haven't split off. Okay, I forgot to fill those gaps. Let's go back to mechanical. I'll do that now before I forget. Well, the nose looks like a really easy one to do, because it's pretty much just the honeycomb material. So I'll do geometry nodes merge mechanicals with that object. We're done. Okay, what are next? Tail, maybe. Tail looks easy. Just have to go split off some of these spars and ribs. Especially the spars. Come on, let me select it, please. There we go. Separate those. Need to fill the holes left in the end. Looks good enough to me. And then the ribs also need to get split, and whatever those other parts are, avionics boxes, split them off. Oh, and the APU can come along for the ride. Ta-da! Okay, that's our internals for the tail. Just realised the APU now being mirrored causes some clipping. We've also got that sort of flange where the tail attaches, which I will get rid of the mirror, keep the weighted normal, and then merge it with the rest of the mechanicals, like that. Add modifier geometry nodes, merge mechanicals. Oops, okay, we forgot about the exhaust as well, the APU, which needs to be merged. And we'll just set that origin point to the 3D cursor, which should fix that offset. We go! Alright, it's coming along. Have I ever played video games? I have been known to. Oh, I forgot about something. The countermeasure dispenser needs like needs a box to hold the dispenser. Separate that off. And then I think this can just have the structure, aircraft structure material. The exhaust at the back is for the APU. Many aircraft have tail exhaust that is not their engine exhaust. Okay, back to mechanical. This is kind of clipping, but I'll move it to mechanical, and it'll be fine. I've seen worse. Okay, back to the skin. I'm going to get fuselage rear. That's the next objective. And this is where it starts getting a bit messy. Okay, so make a cut there, there, there. Mark that as seam. I'm trying to work out what's going on in chat. Apparently there's a new word discovered. The new word is yeah. Pretty sure yeah is has already been discovered. It's in the Chicane soundtrack. The bit where it goes yeah, 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 yeah. Thought the VRS warning was part of the soundtrack. Okay, what am I doing? There we go. I just got a bit locked in there. Had to make sure I was selecting the right components. Why is only one of the wings visible? Because I'm just working on one at a time, and then I'll mirror the mechanicals over to the other side. So object to 3D cursor, and then geometry nodes, merge mechanicals. And that's the progress so far. So really getting somewhere. However, there's a bit of cleanup to do on this piece. I forgot about all of the... Oh, hold on. There we go.
So do you postpone the 1.0 launch too if I ask about it? Greater than.
Saraths, thank you for the subscription. Yeah, that that message. Okay, not sure how to address that. Are you postponing the 1.0 release? I'm gonna say yes. Any release gets postponed if you ask about it. Opal has just woken up. And I think Opal woke up because the RoboVac started. The RoboVac is Opal's least favorite thing in the whole world. Yes, Opal will be going crazy. I think Opal has also convinced Midnight that the RoboVac is evil and will kill you. So now they're both yapping. I must have been rushing this one because it... oh. Yeah, that's no good. Let's try again. I've got to make a midline for this. So then I can select the rest of it and delete it. Cursor to world origin, and then I just need to... There we go. Mirror this. Ta-da! And it needs to be double-sided as well. Do I have any plans of adding a nuclear kingpin? We would probably rule that one out, I think. I'll leave that one to the modders. Okay, I'll start with the... I'll start on the cockpit mechanicals. There's a front and rear cockpit, which I'll split off the structure for. Grammarly just hallucinates 3 lols into your question. That's the best thing I've seen all day. Guys, mods are going to continue to be basically the Wild West in this game for a little while at least. The game is not at a level of maturity that I'm prepared to begin official mod support. We need things to be a little bit more stable than that first, or else it's just going to be a waste of time when we redo stuff. We are trying to make the game more stable. Because it helps us as developers as well as modders, or make the you know, the state of the game from one update to the next more stable. But a big part of this game is just like an experimentation process. So often we discover stuff that we need to change or want to change, just as part of the development process, and then that informs the direction of the game. We have added 3 modders from the community to our development team, and they have not ceased modding activities either, so yeah, don't think that we are abandoning the modding community. We are actually very interested in making the game more appealing to mod. Yeah, fuel tank leaks are in the game already. I don't really see a need to touch the look of flares. They look alright at the moment. Yeah, frankly, when I first made flares in the in like the early prototypes of the game, I hadn't seen them in real life, and I didn't really know what they looked like. Yep, I'm satisfied with how the flares look currently. Oh, I think that's the last piece left. Let me just check. Looks like it is. The only combined arms game I know is the DCS one. Okay, Box 3D. I haven't heard of that. I'll have to look into it. Changing physics engine at this stage in development might not be the best idea. But we're also not on the latest version of Unity, and I think we might be able to squeeze some optimizations out of that. We're on Unity 2022 right now, and we'll be upgrading to Unity 6 in the near future. No, we haven't changed the countermeasure syncing system, but it's high on the priority list. It turns out, like, the way it works right now is not the worst thing in the world. It's actually pretty decent for competitive gaming. It means that you can't just like flare and jam with immunity all the time simultaneously, which is actually kind of a good thing in a competitive environment. Yeah, I mean, you didn't die just because the game doesn't let you use both types of countermeasures at the same time. There's a whole survivability onion that you should be exploiting, and there's multiple ways to defeat missiles. I've got a lot of work happening on the mission editor right now, so I'm sure that will be addressed. Or maybe has. I haven't checked that specific issue in a while. Is this everything, or am I okay? Missing the engine, the nozzle part. Generate a mirror. Geometry nodes, merge mechanicals. Okay, these are all the merged mechanicals now. I think that's everything. Yep. Game Marino and Left Footed Sultan, you guys should talk because the answer lies between both of your questions. I'm actually not looking for suggestions right now. Thanks, guys. I'm glad that someone asked whether I'm looking for suggestions. The answer is on this stream, no thanks. I'm just modeling the plane. Ooh, I've been asked what to make for dinner tonight. Do you have any dietary restrictions or preferences? I personally don't much like seafood except for fish. Okay, well, very economical option is nachos with like vegetarian nachos with beans and diced tomatoes. I like to use butter, fry some onions in butter, and then put in garlic, chili powder, paprika, and cumin, and let that fry for a while. Throw in some diced tomatoes, let that simmer for like 5 minutes, and then put in some beans, and that's about it. Chuck it on some like tortilla strips or something. Drizzle in cheese. Another really easy one is just apricot chicken, and you can do that just with just like a packet of French onion soup and an apricot nectar can, just like 400 grams. Chuck both of them in a pan and stir it up, or in a pot and stir it up, and then put chicken pieces in, and then like cook it for 90 minutes in the oven. Oh, I haven't merged the cockpits. Okay. Set that origin to the right place. Death Skulls, thank you for the subscription. Much appreciated. Food plan. If you guys want me to talk about food while modeling, it probably I'm using too much of my brain because food doesn't really come naturally to me. I've become better at cooking over the years, but it's not like something I learned growing up. Nutritional option, I like it. Okay, what are some other favorites on the food category? So like a really easy one if you're. So I'm just going to talk about easy ones because I don't have any recipes in front of me right now and I can't remember the complex ones. But yeah, if you get like a 450 gram can of tuna, supermarkets, at least here, will generally have in the sauce aisle they'll have like a bake sauce, like a white sauce that has spinach and garlic and stuff in it for putting in a tuna. So you can like cook some pasta, put it in a big casserole dish, and then mix in the tuna with the sauce, and then like bake it in the oven for half an hour. And sprinkle some spinach on top to give it the illusion of healthiness. I think that's about it. Not forget. Oh, and cheese. Yes, lots of cheese. All my favorite recipes have tons of cheese. Okay, thanks Twitch, very cool. Starfluff's message about spicy nuclear nachos will really blow you away got censored. You can probably figure out why. There's a phrase in there it did not like. I'm having to allow all these auto-moderated messages now. Oops, I forgot about the tail. Okay, we need to... The Twitch auto moderation situation is blowing me away, yes. Let me remind myself where... Okay, there it is. I need to do a cut through... cut through about there. Mark as seen. Separate that half and that can become the mechanicals for the top bit of the tail. Geometry nodes merge mechanicals with this object. Yep. Okay, it's been 1.5 hours and we're just about done, so exceeded the estimate by a lot. I thought the stream was going to go for 7.5 hours, but we are nearly done with the mechanical merging, which means we just need to put it in the game. Mechanicals are the meshes inside the plane. Yeah, me exceeding the schedule, beating the schedule is not something that usually happens with me. I'm very much an optimist. Is this side stick cockpit or a center stick? Well, it's neither yet. I'll have to see which makes sense when I get around to the cockpit. Okay, let's turn off mechanicals again. Oh, we forgot about these ones. I forgot about these ones. accidentally merged this one with the skin instead of the moving to the mechanical layer. Hello, let me select, please. What's happened here? Is it in the mechanical? Okay, looks like Well, that's what I wanted, so I think we'll keep that there now. All right. What update should we expect craters? Can we fly into big craters as cover? I don't think that's going to be coming to the game anytime soon. It's not on the timeline. If we do cratering, it would be more like the craters would break your landing gear if you drive over them, that sort of thing. Thank you for the subscription, Electric 542. Alright, I'll be right back in a second. Okay, we're back. Okay, let's convert this to mesh. I think that's working now. Yep. Okay, so got to copy some of these mechanical bits over to the other side so they can be merged on the other side. Highest part count airframe would have to be the Medusa, I'm pretty sure. No, not the Medusa, the Tarantula. Yep. I was looking at the chat while speaking. Yeah, Tarantula would have the most parts. I think it has about 45. I should name these parts. mechanical, and flap L mechanical. It's not due to the props being breakable. Although the props are individually breakable, they are not separate physics parts, which means they don't have... they're not like using the rigid body physics system. They're using like collider. They're using colliders, but they don't have separately simulated like rotating mass. They're just it's hard to explain. Basically, they use custom physics instead of the built-in, which is a little bit lighter weight, but doesn't have all of the same features. Okay, this is wing root RL mechanical. And this will be fuselage rear mechanical. Tail mechanical, elevator L. And elevator R mechanical. To rudder. The keyboard's louder than me. I don't know. This plane shape is the most stick-like out of all the planes so far. It is skinny, I suppose, like a stick. No, the IR warnings were not even made by me. They were made by Justin, I believe, one of the soundtrack composers. Won't be doing trains for the foreseeable future, at least not until I can, not until someone on the team makes a tool that can convert Bezier curves in Blender into splines in Unity, which is what we would need to make tracks that trains follow. Okay, so nozzle main. Mechanical. I don't know if I've merged that one yet. I have merged it. Good. That guy talks a lot. What I just described was the stuck on the tracks bit. Everything I'm working on here is basically just visuals. While disconnected wings, like disconnecting parts, can and does break the function of things attached to those wings. It's not. It's like the wing is treated as an individual part. Like the visuals you see here aren't relevant to what's going on in game. It's just these are just pretty things for the graphics card to draw. $20 subs gifted by Hotel Trivago. Insane. Thank you so much. Wow, okay. Well, thanks guys. I guess you've been enjoying these streams. I'll have to do more of them. I mean, the planes do have a simple autopilot in the sense that they'll keep flying in the direction you point them. That's what the auto trimmer does. I don't think an autopilot really fits the game. I mean, beyond being a flight simulator, the game is meant to be pretty fast-paced. If you're on autopilot all the time, it's probably not the way the game is meant to be played. Oops. So this is VTOL Trainer 1. What did I call this piece again? Slat arm mechanical. Alright, I'm just going to go through the list and see if there's anything that I haven't named. And it looks like there is. These names are looking done. Nose does not have the proper name. And then there's just an empty, which I can probably delete. Actually, that's likely in the yeah, hosting the doors. So I'll put that in collection 5, not for export. Nope, it doesn't have unicycle landing gear like a Harrier because it is not a Harrier. Mainly because it doesn't have rear side nozzles like a Harrier does, so it can have side landing gear. Unicycle landing gear is a solution to a problem that doesn't exist on this aircraft. Okay, switch back to skin. And I've got a few more, yep, a few more merges to make. So geometry nodes, merge mechanicals. Having the correct names makes this a bit easier. Okay, done. Let's turn off mechanicals, see if everything is present. If I could add anything to the game, what would it be? I mean, the next update. Just thinking, the gear doors. The inside of the gear doors probably needs to be split and moved to the mechanical layer and get a merge mechanicals modifier. So I'll do that now. Let me select all of the structure material, split that off, and move to the mechanical layer. I've got to rename it, of course. remove those unused materials and add a geometry mode for double-sided. And copy modifiers. Size comparison with the Brawler. Smaller. It is smaller than the Brawler. That's all I'm giving for now. Okay, I think that's done. Let's hide mechanicals. Looks like it's all still there. Okay. I guess time to re-export this. I'll just go through the list of objects and check how many materials they each have. Any that have more than one material probably need to get... Oh. Yes, okay. Get it removed. Remove unused. There's another one, remove unused. Ah, what's going on here? Okay, I think this is one I screwed up, so I'm going to have to select all of the structure. Structure. And split that off. Yeah, something went wrong with this piece. And I need to move this to mechanical. Yep. Now I can finally delete that rogue geometry. Okay, back to skin. Okay, I think everything's restored. And it should just have the one material now. Yep, it does. Okay, that's curious. We've got some... Oh, okay, that is the object. I can just delete it. And then we'll do the remove unused materials. Okay, so that looks good. We've got no unused materials there. And then over in the mechanical layer, I'll just do the same thing. Remove unused materials. Awesome. Somehow I've got 2 structure slots. So I want, and 2 jet mechanical slots as well. Structure, jet mechanical, and hull. And I want jet mechanical to be first. So I'll just make sure that is the case with all of these. Jet mechanical should be the primary one, then structure, and we shouldn't have any duplicates. Whoa, okay, I broke something. If there's just 2 and it's a duplicate, I think I can just remove them like that. That should not break anything. Look at all these duplicates. Okay, so we've got that, and they can all be assigned to this one, and then we'll just remove doubles. Structure, jet mechanical, I'll just swap these over. So jet mechanical is always first, we'll make it easier to assign. Alright, that was everything. Cool, time for an export. Okay, someone asked what inspired me to make nuclear option. Fun flight sims from my childhood and early adulthood. And also the decline of flight sims in recent years. Okay, it's noisy o'clock, I think. I'm going to go move the birds, and I'll be right back. Okay, we're back. Birds have been quarantined in a quiet room, or an isolated room. It's not a quiet room anymore now that they're in there. Okay, back to the skin layer. Let's see what breaks when I export this. Cockpit and collision mesh. Export as FBX. There we go. All right, time to fire up the game. I'll just be right back again. All right, we are back. Bring back the birds. I might get them out at the very end of the stream. There we go. All right, so we've got new main menu background, which you may have noticed. And this is rendered by the intern. Kalen's the intern at Shotfront Studios for this week, and he's over here. If you want to wave, hello, Kalen. He has made a nice looking background. Okay, so back in the scene, I will go aircraft VTOL Trainer 1. Okay, so we need new materials for all of these parts. And then we'll use honeycomb. There we go, honeycomb for the nose. jet mechanical, and this part will be structure, aircraft structure. And I think we have one more for honeycomb. And that's it. I don't think no part should have more than 4 materials. And this one, okay, jet mechanical, aircraft structure, oh, and that's it. No honeycomb in the rear cockpit. Fuselage, main. We've got the skin, and then jet mechanical, and then aircraft structure, and then that must be the honeycomb, I think. Just double check that. I should have the file open. Oh, it's not actually not honeycomb, it's hull. Hull is a material. It's just for very dark things. There we go. That's the end. Jet mechanical. And no more. I should be multi-selecting these to save time. Okay, oh, and there's the nozzle main, which needs structure, aircraft structure only. Okay, now these intakes need jet mechanical and structure, aircraft structure, and honeycomb. Alright, what have I missed? Did I do this one? Yep. The sparks are the effect for when it scrapes on something. What's the point of the honeycomb? It's for like very thin structures that are not thick enough to have spars and ribs. It's just a like a composite structure that modern aircraft often feature. Cool. Well, might be time to substance painter this. Paint the damage model. So I think I'm going to copy everything here. Maybe not. Wait a minute. I think I have a texturing, or I need a layer for texturing. New collection. It's been ages since collections were called layers in Blender, but I still call them layers. File, import an FBX VTOL Trainer 1 skin. That should be the one. To texturing. I'll just make sure this is scaled properly. Often when I import FBX, it has a messed up scale. Yes, okay. So we don't want that rotation or that scale applied, so we will bake that in. And then mechanical, I'll just copy everything here. Duplicate, convert to mesh, join, and move to texturing. Do I have any plans to do an update countdown live stream? Probably not. I'm usually pretty busy during an update. I'm not just like sitting around waiting for the update to drop. I'm like frantically fixing things. All right, let's re-export this FBX Trainer 1 skin. Actually, just in case I mess something up, let me give it a new name. Actually, I'm not sure if I can. VTOL Trainer 1 skin. Let's rename this to backup, and then I'll export it as, because I can only re-import the mesh in Substance Painter, and if it has a different name, that won't work. All right, let's hit the scary button, edit, re-import mesh. Fingers crossed. Cool, I think that worked. And then I'm going to rebake mesh maps. Bake mesh maps, texture settings, bake mesh maps. Wow, I'm baking at 4K. Okay, I guess that's what we're doing. We're not going to bake these ones. And I will bake thickness, because that is good. Good to have. I'm just hoping that we don't get any ambient occlusion artifacts poking through the skin. Let's check. Ambient occlusion. Okay, we've got one there. Let's see if there's any others. Yeah, I think it's just that one underneath the nozzle. It's kind of strange because it doesn't show up there. Look, I might just ignore it and not re-export the ambient occlusion map. It should be fine. Okay, every time I do this, I need to remind myself what I'm actually doing. With the damage textures. I'm going to turn off Navy Digital and turn on, what's the simplest one? PDF Naval. I'll use this as the reference for making damage textures. Avert your eyes from the human skin materials. We are not doing that again. Right, I'm save, and I'm going to open a recent file, which will be Fast Bomber 1 skin, because I need to remember how I do this. So for the damage layer, we have, I probably need to take a screenshot of this. Base opacity, which is 0.65. I'll use my snipping tool. Just put that to the side. All right, back to VTOL Trainer 1 skin. I don't need to keep those changes, whatever they were. Actually, before I do the damage textures, I wanted to add some normal maps to indicate the ribs and spars under the skin. very subtle. I might make that a bit stronger. And we're going to get some noise because the bake is not in like 30, it's not in 16-bit, wait, 32-bit color space. 16-bit. 8-bit's 256, yeah, okay, whatever. I'll just add a bit of blur to that. Add a filter to blur. Just give it a little bit, just enough intensity to get those pixels disappearing. And it looks like it's too strong now, so I'll turn down the intensity. I want it to be just barely noticeable. In some areas where it is a bit too strong, I will paint it out. Alright, and aside from the ribbing, I'm going to make another layer for ribbing discoloration. I want to make this like, I'm going to make it influence the roughness a little bit and the color. I'll add an anchor point. Add a fill from anchor point ribbing mask and invert. Okay, invert didn't work. Let's see why. Might need some levels. Can I add a high pass? I can. Alright, so I want that, but like really subtle. Like that. Just check how it looks with the other skins. Wait a minute, that's not temperate camo. What happened to the PDF markings mask? That looks better. Okay, So the ribbing is vaguely visible, more visible on the underside. Navy digital, tiger stripes, matte black. Yep, looks alright to me. And then okay, so that's the ribbing done, but I was going to add a new group for the damage effects. So in damage, we need base opacity, which is 0.65 apparently. That's what works. The color itself will be white, because we'll multiply this into the texture when damage starts occurring. I don't care about roughness, normal, or height, but I do need an opacity layer, so I'll just go generate that now. In texture settings, we need a new channel for opacity. Okay, opacity by default is 0.65. If I make it below 0.5, oh, wait a minute. What is the alpha threshold? There we go. So 0.65. Now, what's the next layer? Edge tearing. Edge tearing, we don't care about color or any of these other things, but we do care about opacity. So add a fill to this, which will be UV that's not what I wanted. Generate a UV border distance, if I can find that one. UV border distance. Okay, so that's how we get some gaps at the edge of the panels. Add a filter for blur. Add a filter for slope, blur slope. Right, that's looking okay. This will just be like the tearing at the edges of panels when they break off. Next layer is holes. This one will be fun. So holes can affect the color and the opacity. And I think I'll do a fill. And the fill can be so some kind of grunge spots maybe. Grunge dusty scratch. And I'll make this a triplanar projection. The opacity down to 0. Is that doing anything? I think it needs a levels. There we go, now we're getting some shrapnel holes. Let's play with the scale a bit. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Yeah, we use some clever shaders to blend this layer in with the skin gradually as the damage increases. I think I'll add another fill. This one can be added. And the grayscale, if there's another grunge brushed dust, grunge. I gotta find one. Grunge map. Grunge scratch generator, grunge shavings. Shavings is probably a good one. Yeah, that's what I want. That's a nice mix of larger shrapnel holes. I think I can probably get away with a bit more edge tearing here. Okay, time to probably add another layer. So the next layer is called No Holes. This is the one where we repair stuff. And I just will select. So I don't want any holes in the canopy frame. That's just going to look weird. The canopy frame can look damaged, but it won't get any actual holes. Excuse me. These bits here probably don't look any good with holes in them, so I'm just going to patch them out. Because they're sort of structural, like quite thick structural members, they probably shouldn't get holed. Is Grunge Shavings using triplanar? And Grunge Dusty's, okay, they're using triplanar. And I'll make the flares not look damaged. Because that would look a bit silly if they looked like that and they were still functional. No, we don't have flare damage right now. So I'll just fill that back in. Same with the lights, because the lights will still usually turn on unless the part is separated, so I'll just prevent them from looking like that. The rest of it should be fine. The wingtip vents will actually get disabled if they're damaged enough. And I think I would like a paint. I'd like to customize some of this grunge a bit. Some of these holes. I'll use the crystal brush. Crystal brush is quite nice for this sort of thing. I think respawning is a reasonable mechanic at the yeah, I think it's a reasonable mechanic rather than repairing, because it returns the aircraft to the inventory where presumably it is maintained. I think I'll get rid of these holes on the gun pod. I don't have internal details for it. Shooting off a nozzle will cause the engine to fail in this aircraft. So you won't really notice it anyway. Like, you won't notice asymmetric thrust because your engine will be dead. Okay, that's looking alright to me. Maybe I'll give a bit more. There we go. Time for crinkles. No, I'm not going to give the ability to turn off the G limiter because it would result in awful cheese. I don't want people pulling 20 Gs for like half a second. That's not going to result in fun or interesting gameplay. It's just going to be exploited. Okay, next layer will be, crinkles, as I mentioned. So crinkles, excuse me, will have no color influence, but it will have height influence. Add a mask with a fill, and the fill will be crystal 1. And make that a triplanar projection. That's pretty much all that needs to happen there. Okay, what are next? We have missing panels. So basically I'm just going to look for random panels and paint them out. I think. Missing panels. Paint. I'm not getting any results here. Opacity. Oh, right, because we're missing the base opacity layer. There we go. I'm going to turn off color on this for now. Okay, missing panels. Still nothing. Oh, okay. I think I know why. It's because the holes layer should multiply. Multiply the opacity. Nope, okay, I was wrong about that. Alright, Let's turn off holes. Missing panels. So that should be clipped out. What is the alpha clip threshold? Or I just wasn't painting with white. There we go. Okay, back to work on the base opacity. There we go, back to work on the missing panels. Paint this one out. Sorry about that, you guys can't see everything that I can. I've got some settings going on the second monitor that's not being streamed. Okay, I might just have to invent some panels now. Oh, there's a few more. Paint this one out. I've been streaming for 3 hours. I probably won't stream much more, but I will get this in game and test out how it looks. What I've decided to do is only make the missing panels on one side. So I will paint out this tiny panel on that side, but I'll leave it intact on the other side. Because symmetrical damage looks silly. you know, I think there's not enough holes in the stabilators, so I'll paint a few more holes there with the crystal brush. So for anyone tuning in right now, this is the maximum damage state for every part on the plane. This is as damaged as it can look before it's like without or ignoring the fact that the parts themselves can detach. This is as damaged as it can look. And the white is just because the white appearance is because it doesn't have a texture assigned in Substance Painter to the mechanical parts underneath. Okay, I might try giving this an export. So what I'll be exporting is the base opacity. Hang on, nope, sorry, I messed up. It's not nearly. Okay, we have missing panels. I just need oil stains. Actually, two more layers. One is hull darkening. You know what? I might ditch that one. I'll just call this one oil stains. And this will only affect the color and the actually just the color. Yep. I'll give it a black mask and paint on some oil stains. Okay, so for this, it looks like it has some jitter built into it, which I'll reduce because it's pretty strong right now. I haven't missed anything super interesting yet, but I'm going to be trying out this damage model in game shortly. Before anyone tells me there's no oil in the stabilators, I don't care. These are just, let's call it discoloration from the damage. Scorch marks, yeah, you can call them that as well. Do I have a way of automating any plane creation yet? Yes. Making the damage model has all been done in about the last 40 minutes on stream, so I would say I have pretty good automation for this process by now. I would not want to remove the human touch from it though. Definitely the workflow is much faster than it used to be. Okay, now I want to add a sharpen filter. Just for the extra scuffedness. That might be a bit too strong. Alright, does it look sufficiently scungled? The giant hole from scythe to a chin will be the nose cone being blown off. Okay, turning back on the base opacity and color. So that's what will get multiplied to the texture. Okay, export textures. Yeah, only exporting this one, Beetle Trainer 1 skin DMG, and only exporting the normal and base color. Oh, this hasn't been marked as a normal map, that's why it looks so funky. So texture type is normal map, apply. Are we missing? Okay, I haven't added. Okay, I'm spotting some parts that have missed the mechanicals. Jet mechanical, let's add that, and is that it? Yes. Okay, that's interesting. Missing missing something. Let's go back to skin, turn off mechanical. Trainer 1 skin, huh. Jet mechanical and structure. Where is that object then? It's gone. Alright, that's looking pretty good to me. By pretty good, I mean pretty bad. So I'll jump over to Blender, and next step is I need to make the skin double-sided. So skin double-sided. I think that goes. Let's isolate this one. So I need to make sure. So skin needs to be double-sided so we can see it from the. So we can see the reverse side when the plane gets blown open. And to do that, I want to turn on back face culling, which I have, and turn the alpha back up to 1. So skin double-sided. It is VTOL Trainer 1 skin. I might have to. There we go. Aha, okay. So now this has made a duplicate of the skin geometry and flipped it. And hopefully assigned the vertex color to it. Color attribute, we want to make that this one. Mix color, and I'll just debug this. Multiply. So I want the outside to have white vertex color and the inside to have black vertex color, because black vertex color removes the livery, because we don't want it to be painted on the inside, we do want it to be painted on the outside. Okay, that looks like it's done it. Alright, neat. So I'll go around doing that for the rest of it now. Skin double-sided. And that's working great. So I need to add more color attributes. These are vertex colors. Okay, I promise after this we're going to blow it up in the game. Just got to assign vertex colors, that's the final step here. I wish I could multi-edit this, but Blender doesn't allow multi-editing of modifiers or attributes, which is a real bummer. can't copy modifiers because I've already got unique geometry nodes on each one. I would lose those modifiers. Alright, almost there. Just need to do the wings. And the ailerons and flaps. Alright, and I think this is the last one that I need to do. The other parts are not particularly see-through when they get damaged, so they should be fine. Alright, time for a re-export with cockpit Colmesh skin. Export that as FBX. Retail Trainer 1, Unity export. Okay, and looks like that has worked because I can see the other side of the 1 second. Yep. Yes, please. Okay, you can see through to the back face. All right, time to give it a whirl. Let me just restore the default opacity before I do. Actually, before I do, that looks... I want to paint this out because it's kind of obvious that that part of the skin is just floating. So I'll do that first. Let's re-export these textures. Yeah, that looks a bit more reasonable. I've already had cooking on this stream, so now we've got baking. Okay, VTOL Trainer 1 skin. I'm just going to take a call real quick. Okay, we're back. So hit points, we'll put that back to 100. Oops, not 1,000, 100. Just noticing that they start to degrade very rapidly, so maybe let's go back to holes, and I might change the opacity here to something a bit more. Actually, edge tearing especially is very rapid, so let's set that opacity to 30 and holes to 30. Wait, 0.3 we're using. Yes, that's what I want. File, export textures to Trainer 1 skin. And then 33 is where we start losing panels. It seems reasonable. All right, I'll save that. Let's go. Damage model testing. Bit of a funny loadout. I'll allow it. What's going on? Turn off error pause for now. Okay, hold up. What's happened here? It's like these doors are not attached to... Okay, we've got some strange parenting going on. Which I need to fix. So these doors... Okay, the hinge needs to be attached to... the left hinges need to be attached to the left intake. And the right hinges to the right intake. What's my go-to cocktail order these days? I don't really have cocktails that much, but I wouldn't say no to a pina colada. Nozzle main, I'll put that one there. I think those were the three that I was noticing just pop off like that. Now edge tearing, I'm going to bump up the opacity to 0.49. So I want the small holes to start appearing first before the big ones. Check the opacity. Yep, that's what I want. Okay, I want to get hit by an S1 instead of an S2 because it's a bit more survivable. Come on, fire at me, please. Yes. Alright, so that has hit me dead center. Obviously knocked the engine out. off comes the left intake and nozzle. And off comes the rudder, I think. And there. Oh, it went out of... was no longer detected. Alright, one more try. Splat. Thank you. My wife has just delivered me a tea. Very nice. All right, I want to do one more. Just looking out for anything that's not 100% looking good. Hold up. That is what we call a promble. You can see through the top. Why can we see through the top? Just check, is it because I added a color attribute but I didn't add the geometry node? Excuse me, geometry node. Promble. Yes, Houston, we have a promble. Alright, I'm just going to go through these parts and check that I really have applied double-sided to all of them. Yes, yes. 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 Wait a minute, I can't see inside this one. I think that's a yes. Skin double-sided. I should have the attribute, yep. That one is now working. It wasn't before. This one looks correct. Yep, and I think the wings are looking good as well. Right, re-export then. It was probably just that one that was the rear fuselage that wasn't working. Ta-da! Okay, there we go, much better. You can kind of make changes live, but often it, or usually it'll break the collision. So that's why I had to restart the game. You can make visual changes live, but the collision, the colliders in game don't update necessarily. Well, they try to update and then they break. Don't think that the merge, or maybe I didn't add the mechanical textures to the leading edge slats. Also, I need to add some some mounts or brackets for them when they extend. So I'll do that now. Let's go mechanical. And they can extend out of here. That makes sense. We already have something called that? bizarre. Okay, back to skin, and I'll be merging. Let's add a color attribute for that just in case. Screw it, let's add a double-sided as well. Skin double-sided. Okay, I think that's going to be good. Go coal mesh, cockpit, get all those collections and export. Might give them a slight extension. Okay, neat. Let's see. Why is my... Oh, okay, I've got some... Taskbar. Why is the taskbar stuck open? Please auto hide. There we go. I wonder if there's any noticeable damage from that. Because I got some very slight yellow... Yeah, I don't see anything. That's probably good. So now you can see there's some shrapnel holes forward of the explosion. The right wing is pretty much fine. Left wing is kind of peppered, and obviously the tail is missing. Oh, I forgot to export the weapon pylons. I think. Oh, we're missing them anyway. What did I Yeah, what did I hide that? What layer did I hide that had the weapon pylons on them? Hmm. Looks like I've deleted the wing pylon somehow. But I'm sure I can get it back. I will just need to discard my changes from the version control and then re-import the FBX. There they are. Got them back. Okay, so I'll do a I'll restart that and try to get hit head on. Hang on. I might just reload the game. I think something broke. Some of my controls weren't responding. There we go. Okay, so that actually exploded under me. It didn't hit me in the nose like I was anticipating. Let's try that one more time. Okay, so I got shot in the face with 23mm. I think the manpad's been shooting at that helicopter over there, so it kind of ignored me. Manpads. These guys are just chilling here. Oh, and there's a nose cone. They've gained a trophy from their, well, not their kill, from these guys' kill. Here we go. Okay, direct on the nose, hit the nose cone, and pilot is dead. And the rear seat is not dead, so I guess he's going to eject now. There he goes. Now, I did see some comments that the tail might be a bit weak, and I do agree with that. So I'll make it a little bit stronger. Differentiated pilot models will probably come if and when we get a remodeled pilot. So canopy damage, obviously not UV'd yet. That'll come soon. I want to get this S1 emplacement to fire at me. I think it might be. do it? Yes. Cool. All right, I'm pretty happy with how that works. I think I might wrap up the stream. I'll go actually we'll get Opal and Midnight. They haven't been out for a while. I wanted a sharp nose for this one because we don't really have any of those in the game yet, except for the Revoker. And the Revoker, this is the first aircraft that has a properly conical nose. So like the nose is a true cone on this aircraft, and most of the other ones have chines on the nose. So yeah, that's a pretty decent BeamNG cup. Hey, had this for like 4 years now. My favorite part about it, I'll have to finish it to show you. Favorite part about it is that this is the final and largest BeamNG logo. Hang on, come on webcam, there we go. And so you have the 3 orange dots made up by the handle and the inside. So I think that's pretty cool. It's a neat touch. All right, I'll go get the birds, and I'll be right back. Alrighty, well, we've got Opal and Midnight both trying to share the same shoulder, as usual. They don't know how to share. You have anything to say to the camera, Midnight or Opal? I guess not. They're a bit shy today. They actually didn't want to come. They didn't want to come out of the cage at first because they're a bit scared of the RoboVac, but I think they've overcome their fear temporarily. You gonna come out from behind my head, Opal? I'll just turn around. Wait, other way. Haha, now we see you. Oh, there's nowhere to hide. All right, well, thanks so much everyone for joining to the stream, and big thank you to those who donated subs or subscribed for themselves. I really appreciate that one, and it helps a lot with my motivation to do more streams. So really looking forward to getting this stuff finalized. I'll get the skin template released before the aircraft, before the update, so you can make skins for the aircraft. So yeah, thank you for your Midnight's putting a beak in my ear. Thank you for the support, everyone. Really appreciate it, and hope you have a great day. I'll see you.